to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Please have a seat.
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming out. We have a special guest in the house from Erie County Association of School Boards, David Lowry. Thank you for attending. He's the president and he is one of our biggest supporters. Thank you for attending.
Yes, Ms.
Well, David, people want to know who you are. People want you to stand up. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for attending. Dr. Cass, do you have any recognitions today?
Yes. Thank you, President Common. Colleagues, good evening. Because this is Native American Heritage Month, we have a very special recognition this evening. In honor of Native American Heritage Month, I'd like to introduce you to twin sisters, Jada and Shada Hill. Both students are in 9th grade this year, Shada at Olmsted and Jada at McKinley. In addition, Shada is the student representative on the Native American Parent Student Committee. Tonight, Jada will recite the Thanksgiving address of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, or Six Nations: Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Oneida, Mohawk, and Tuscarora. Afterwards, Shada will explain the address and its significance in addressing, or in addition to sharing, the Native American land acknowledgement. So, colleagues, this is a very important and solemn occasion for the Native Americans. I would ask that everyone take off their hats, please, in courtesy and respect, and that we do not record. between you and me, young people grow up fast. I would take a moment with those two young people before we continue. Agreed? Agreed. Right up here. Young ladies, could you come up?
Do we have any other Native Americans in the audience that would also like to share in this moment with us? If so, please, are the parents here? Are there any other young ladies or family and friends? Okay. You're welcome to come up and take a picture with us as well. Thank you. Okay, first.
That was really great, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can start recording. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna?
Yeah, there's, as people come
Yeah, I
up.
was about to say,
Very
because I
good.
didn't see you guys come up here. I was gonna come get
This is General Vasquez knew where to go. Yeah.
in the front. I know.
Yeah. You and me both, so. Anne, you're going to have to come forward a little bit. And there we go. Thank you very much. Both of you have your right on. Got everybody's faces. They're all beautiful. Thank you.
Although this is significant.
You want to do it. You want to? No.
Right here.
Okay, you want to do that? Okay. Okay, next we will prepare to hear our speakers.
There's that question.
At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all students' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including children. This board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by all people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district mission. And the board asks that the speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. Our first speaker for this evening is Douglas Blakely, a concerned citizen. Alverna Gidney will follow. Thank you.
Good evening to the superintendent and board members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak this evening as a concerned citizen. My name is Douglas Blakely. I'm the pastor of Promised Land Missionary Baptist Church. We're located on the corner of Hyde and Mulberry Streets in the heart of the historic Fruitvale community. And as such, I have a number of parishioners who are lifelong residents of the Fruitvale. And I come to speak in their behalf and on the concern of improving the quality of life for those individuals who are located in that part of the city. The ability to attain a higher education, the ability to attain the best education possible is what every parent desires for their child. And as such, I want to speak in support of an effort to increase the number of positions being made available at City Honors High School to those individuals who are of low income who are the area located immediately around the school, which is primarily the Fruit Belt. Education is the best possible investment that we can make in our community, the best possible investment we can make in our children. As such, it is the largest expenditure each year from cities all over the country. The result, when people are not able to avail themselves of that education, is a fall in their standard of living. The numbers tell the story. A recent study on literacy in the United States found that some 61% of low-income homes in the United States have no books in them. And as a result, there's a deficiency in learning among those students. A high rate of illiteracy skills exist among those children who are juvenile offenders, and is a problem that needs to be addressed. For many on Buffalo's east side, the problem is not the lack of qualification, but the lack of the ability to avail themselves of that education. The city of Buffalo is experiencing great growth, monumental growth at this time, and the Fruit Belt is also growing and changing. And as a result, we believe that the City Honors High School, which is a part of that community, a part of that neighborhood, can help to lead us into the future with the best and the brightest educated children to help us move forward. City Honors, quite frankly, represents that shining city that sits on a hill for all to see. It's that lamp that sits on the stand and gives light to all in the room. But it doesn't make much sense, and it doesn't do much good for a child to view that lamp, to view that light, if it doesn't have access to it. And we're here today just to advocate for access to that type of education. And we would request that at least 20 additional spots are made available with each admissions class to fulfill the role of those individuals who are part of that East Side community, which is primarily the Fruit Belt. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reverend Blakely. Alverna Gibney, concerned citizen.
Good evening to the Superintendent Cash, our President, Sharon Belton Cotton, and to the esteemed members of the board and our guests. I too work with Pastor Blakely. I'm from the Fruit Belt, representing Fruit Belt Homeowner and Tenant Council. And we've been laboring with this issue of admission and enrollment to the entire population of City Honors. Presently, I think the percentage is about 16% for people of color, Hispanic, African American, and low income, and we want to increase that. We need equity in that area, and one of the ways that we're looking at it is the testing, an opportunity for all these students to take part of the testing for admissions, not to just have a postcard where we wait for the parent to get the card, review the card. We're suggesting that the card be eliminated and test all children for admissions into this high institution in our community, as he said, a shining institution on the hill. And if we are able to do that, I think the opportunity would increase massively for students in the 5th grade and on up to be admitted to this institution. In addition, we're interested in a feeder school, the creation of a feeder school. Perhaps someplace like School 8 could serve like that, right down the street from it, to assist in, I would say, from 5th grade or prior to 5th grade, to move those students into an institution, to be prepared and made ready for admissions into City Honors. By expanding the 2 campuses, student enrollment would increase and opportunities for all students, including student enrollment for African Americans, Hispanics, and low income. We're also interested in the Fruit Belt students being considered, because as I understand it, few or almost none students are from the Fruit Belt at City Honors. At this time, I would like to also support the resolution that was made for October 16th in terms of working with the Fosdick Field, which is in our community. We think that's a great idea, and we'd like to be included on the conversations and supporting the City Honors Foundation and working with the superintendent and his associates. I want to thank you for the time. Thank you. Oh, Elverna Gidney. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Elverna Gidney, Fruit Belt Homeowner and Tenants. Karen, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Our next speaker, Naki Nainer, a student. Following her is Kirsten Beckman.
Hello, my name is Nakina Noor. I am a senior at Leonardo da Vinci High School and president of the Student Committee for the Advancement of Natives, also known as SCAN. I and the rest of my colleagues have created this committee to assist the Native American community in ending the injustice that they have experienced for centuries, ever since Christopher Columbus set foot on the land that makes the Western Hemisphere. To solve the issue of what to call the holiday that is on October 12th, the Board of Education decided to create a resolution that changed this holiday from Columbus Day into Indigenous Peoples Day / Italian Heritage Day. This name was created because of the strong feelings that both the Native American community and Italian community expressed. Natives felt that Columbus Day is a day that is celebrating a man that led to the genocide of their people. And Italians felt that Columbus Day is a day where their community is able to celebrate their heritage because Columbus is believed to be Italian. Everyone deserves to celebrate their heritage. There is no question about that. But this resolution is harming the indigenous peoples of this country and disregarding everything that the community has gone through since Columbus set foot in the Western Hemisphere. This new name for Columbus Day is only a temporary fix. The name Indigenous Peoples Day / Italian Heritage Day has only been chosen for this academic year. To decide the official name for the following years, the board has decided to create a competition. My colleagues and I do not believe that a contest is the way to decide what is the right way to honor the natives of our country. The idea of conducting a contest to decide the name of this new holiday is in a way undermining the suffering the Native Americans have gone through and continue to go through. The goal of the Student Committee for the Advancement of Natives is to give the date of Columbus Day to the indigenous peoples of our country, and then also give the Italian community a day of their own, so neither of the communities have to feel as though they are compromising. Indigenous peoples were living on this land before any other race or group of people set foot. They deserve better after all they have endured. So please, scan your conscience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kirsten Beckman.
Good evening. My name is Kirsten Beckman. I'm also a senior at Leonardo da Vinci High School, and I'll be reading the goals for SCAN and also some statistics. So our short-term goals for SCAN are teaching the correct history of the encounter in Buffalo and raising local awareness. Our long-term goals are changing the name strictly to Indigenous Peoples Day, giving support to the indigenous peoples, such as better reservations, such as, according to the Native American Aid, living conditions on reservations are comparable to third world countries. Addressing the many problems that Native Americans are facing today, such as the overall percentage of indigenous people living below the federal poverty line is 28.2%. The disparity for indigenous people living below the poverty line on reservations is even greater, reaching 38 to 63% on various service centers. The suicide rate for Native American women and men increased 139% and 71% respectively, which is almost triple that of any other community in the U.S. 36% of natives will die before the age of 65 compared to the 15% of Caucasians. 500% more are likely to die from tuberculosis. Indigenous people are 177% more likely to die from diabetes. And our final goal is to address and fix the ignorance of Americans as a whole surrounding the continuing struggle of indigenous people. Everyone knows what happens 500 years ago, but the average American doesn't take time out of their day to think that Indigenous people are still affected by what happened to this day, or to notice that entire Indigenous people's tribes have been annihilated. So please scan your conscience, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bree Edgerton, student.
Hi, my name is Bria Edgerton, and I am a senior at Leonardo da Vinci and also the secretary of the Student Committee for the Advancement of Natives. In bouncing off my peers, I would like to say that Columbus's motivation wasn't just spices, gold, or land. I say this because though the second Monday of October isn't currently referred to in our school calendar as Columbus Day, we hope it will never be referred to as this again on a much bigger and wider level. Which brings me to our motivation: change. We wish to propose that the second Monday of October should become and remain only Indigenous Peoples Day, and that the Italian American community who view Columbus Day as a way to celebrate their heritage should have another day separate from the Indigenous people. Though we understand this will cause an uproar, we must agree that just because it's always been done this way doesn't mean we should continue this way. We need to make it right. This will be a big step in the right direction and beneficial for both communities who should be able to celebrate their culture and achievements separately. It is wrong to lump their struggles together for expediency's sake, not to take away from Italian hardship, but the Indigenous people experienced mass genocides and enslavement and still have not recovered from those problems. Today, those issues manifest in dangerous ways. One example, Indigenous people suffer from the highest suicide rates, higher than any subgroup in the United States. Second, the average life expectancy in the U.S. is 76.9 years, but for the Indigenous people, it is 10 years less. Additionally, only 7% of homes on reservations have safe drinking water. 7%. Remember the ruckus in Flint, Michigan? Why is no one raising a ruckus for the Indigenous people? Let that sink in. Furthermore, in 2013, chronic liver disease was the 5th leading cause of death on the reservation, which is caused by an increase in alcohol consumption. The only reason for it being 5th, because cancer, heart disease, and suicide had taken a higher place. These are issues that can all be traced directly back to Columbus's reign of tyranny and his subsequent xenophobics who stepped into his shoes. They could not see the beauty of Native American culture and did everything to destroy it. Today, we have the opportunity to stop the cycle of harm. So scan your conscience. Will you help us or shut your eyes, as so many in history have? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carolyn Doki, student.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Doki, and I am a junior at Leonardo da Vinci High School, and I am also a member of SCAN. There are many things to be proud of in Buffalo. The creation of Canalside, that brings people from all walks of life, young and old, together in a place of fun and happiness. But then, we celebrate a man who got lost, falsified his own captain's log, and almost had his crew mutiny against him. We have the Buffalo Bills, who've had their winningest season since I've been born. But then we celebrate a man that encountered a new race of people who welcomed him with open arms, and then returned their gesture with enslavement, rape, and murder. The crown jewel of the BPS is how we worked hard to increase our graduation rate. But then we celebrate a man that systematically destroyed a culture and a people to the point where his chosen country revoked all of his titles and riches. And when he died, he was buried in Spain. He wasn't even buried in Italy. The way we have treated Native Americans has become America's dirty little secret. The fact that we stripped them of their culture by forcing their children into boarding schools that were not closed until the 1970s. One of the advocates for these boarding schools in the 1890s believed that they killed the Indian and saved the man by stripping them of their language and culture. This group of people who have gone through so much should not have to share a day with another group of people. The fact we are trying to decide this through a project, aka contest, should make people cringe, as it is not the proper way to respect a group of people who have gone through so much. We would never ask 9/11 families, African Americans, or veterans to participate in a project to decide whether or not their cause was worthy enough to have their own day. Then why should we do this to the Native Americans? So please, scan your conscience. Thank you for your time.
Okay. I am certainly impressed with these young people. We are raising leaders in the Buffalo Public School District. We should all be proud of them. Expand your mind on that. Superintendent.
Yes, ma'am. Colleagues, to the first two speakers, certainly we have heard them. I think they were clear in their sort of suggestion, recommendation, and we'll talk about that, consider that as part of our work going forward. That is a complex issue, and so won't respond affirmatively or negatively on that particular issue tonight. But certainly we agree that equity and increasing the diversity of city honors is a critical goal for all of us. We want to see that happen. 4 students were actually terrific. They were speaking about at least what I meant by the resolution. I don't recall ever using the term contest. That's not something I would ever do for something like this. What I say is research, deep research around these critical issues to educate the public about, just as you were beginning to do tonight, about these issues. This is what we need is awareness, and then an education, and then an infusion into our daily curriculum about these matters. So let's get contest out of our mind, and let's start talking about research, deep learning about it, so that we can share and bring to the board your recommendations of how we might go about celebrating the two cultures. You made a recommendation tonight, in fact, and I think it could be the beginning of that kind of thinking, is that one day be set aside for Indigenous People Day, and another day be set aside, not necessarily for Columbus Day, but let's research that history deeply and bring forth a recommendation about that. So that we're off and running on this. This is important. It's not a contest. It's research. So please, you heard that from me. I want you to learn about it and become scholars, deep scholars, like you've begun to do in every school throughout the district. And let's come forth and do better than what we have done so far. So that's the intent of it. And I'm sure we'll work it out and get it right. Right, staff? Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, that's the speakers. For the superintendent's update, you ready to move on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For the superintendent's update, I have 3 matters. First, really just announcements, but they're important ones. First, I'd like to introduce to you, colleagues, she's made her way here for just this meeting, our new Chief Technology Officer, Myra Burden. Myra Burden. She is relocating with us to Memphis, from Memphis, Tennessee. Tough, gritty, Beale Street, Memphis, which I'm quite familiar with. Couldn't get anybody of my colleagues except Myra to come because they said it's too cold up here. But Myra is fabulous. She brings over 13 years of K-12 experience in the executive public school technology leadership space. She has master's degrees, 2 in both project management and business administration, along with 2 graduate certificates in educational technology and information systems management. She's helped manage all of the Memphis City Schools technology system, as well as in Broward County, and in, what was the place in Georgia? DeKalb County. And DeKalb County. These are large school districts, colleagues. Her official start date is January 2, but I wanted to make sure that she came and said hello to you as she joins already a very talented cabinet, and we can only go up from here in our important technology work. So thank you for being here, Myra.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with that because you know it's not a lot of snow in November.
A lot of snow. I'm trying not to discourage her. Say, come quick. Come quick.
Thank you.
Now, colleagues, we turn our attention to a more solemn occasion. 2 bright lights have gone home this evening. One is Dr. Florence Flakes Rozier, and Dr. Rozier retired from the Buffalo Public Schools in 2010. She worked for over 25 years as guidance counselor in the district, with a good portion of that time serving at McKinley High School. Dr. Rozier was also very active in her community, a true village elder and supporter of all students. And during her career with Buffalo Public Schools, Dr. Rozier was voted as Counselor of the Year. Mother of Joelle Rozier, an instructional specialist in the Staff Development Department, Dr. Rozier will be remembered fondly by the many, many staff members, community members, parents, and students of the Buffalo Public Schools that she helped to achieve greatness. Dr. Rozier passed away on November 12th, 2019, at the age of 68. We are memorializing or recognizing her in a memorial service this evening at McKinley High School. Dr. Rozier. Mr. Stephen Hicks passed suddenly on November 13, 2019, at age 63. Mr. Hicks worked as a substitute teacher in our district for a combined total of over 23 years. He was most recently president of Substitutes United of Buffalo. Mr. Hicks could be seen in various schools across the district while subbing or representing substitute teachers in a variety of ways, with a majority of his time spent as a substitute teacher at Emerson School of Hospitality. Mr. Hicks is a United States Navy veteran and a staple in the Buffalo Public Schools community. Mr. Hicks will be truly missed by many families and students in the district and all of us I know here this evening. Could we stand for a moment of silence for these Buffalo members?
Rupert, you want to do it again? Okay, we'll do this special. This is special. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, I need a motion to accept the previous minutes. I guess Jennifer and second by Lou. Okay. Jennifer and second by Lou. Okay. We will start with all in favor. Aye. Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. Committee reports. We will start with Jennifer and go around.
So we did have our Executive Affairs Committee meeting on November 6th. We went over the one agenda item was finalizing the superintendent's goals. If you look in your packets, it's item 16B with the goals that we have come up with. In essence of time and for everyone to speak, I'm not going to go through them all, but in discussion with Superintendent Cash and the rest of us, we're very comfortable in where we are at with these goals and looking to move forward with how we go about the evaluation. I also want to point out I went to the Buffalo Parent Teacher Organization meeting. I attend every month. There was a wonderful presentation by Dr. Fatima Morel. She really lit up the room with how we are moving along in an equity mindset that is just mind-boggling. How, now we have another an entire department that's dedicated to this. And I say this because I also attended a conference this weekend. I'm a member of Local Progress, which is an progressive-minded elected officials across the nation. New York State had its conference, and there's school board members, mayors, different elected officials, and board members. If there's different materials, I know that we're supposed to be kind of sharing when we go and speak on behalf of the board, but these are kind of what they are bringing us to: the school to prison pipeline, the charter schools, different scorecards to look into cultural linguistic training. But what I realized very quickly was Buffalo is not just on the map. We have meetings. There are meetings set up with many, many elected officials. I have 15 in my calendar that I cannot do by myself.
I'm gonna send some emails out to the board to give you more of an idea of who is at the table, but the district is really shining right now. And, you know, to have folks speak about how, you know, they're presenting moratoriums with charter schools and the whole nine, and wondering if anybody else did, and me being able to say that we worked on this, that they're just now getting a sense of how equity is supposed to be viewed culturally, you know, doing these trainings, setting up trainings when we're a little bit more far ahead in that, how we're setting the standards with our health and wellness policies. It's just amazing the amount of just interest in what we're doing. And to have, I realize no matter what type of, you know, personality conflicts or whatever, this board with Dr. Cash and having the same kind of mindset and not being fractured is miles ahead of where most districts are in this state. And I think we need to really be aware of the fact that we're doing great work in Buffalo. So when y'all out there hear that the narrative is that Buffalo schools are this and that, come talk to us, have them read the website, really look at what we're doing, because that ain't the case. We're moving the needle, and there's data to prove it. And I also wanted to say in my committee report that I want to, as a sponsor for that resolution, in order to change the Indigenous this whole resolution around changing the name from Columbus Day. I did meet, matter of fact, earlier today with the 4 young ladies who spoke. I intend to meet with the Italian Club. I want to set that up, that's so that I can see where their take is on that. I do want to point out that there's movement, there's meetings. These students are very serious in making some type of research project happen. I do also want to say that there's a little, it seems as though that the students' voices are definitely, they're there, but they're not dictating how this is supposed to look on one side from what I'm hearing. It's very much kind of structured, like this is what we'd like to do, this is where you fit in. When I'm stating this publicly, this was not where I thought this was going, is that I thought the students were going to dictate kind of how this research project went, and then we are the resources as the district. So I just want to clear the air with that. It's still early in the game. I want to see where the Italian Club is with this, and I would really like to see the staff that's involved to make sure that these meetings with both of these, unfortunately I heard the word sides today, our side and their side. This is supposed to be a joint project where everyone's supposed to work together, so that mindset has to stop. And if I want to be a part of it if need be, but I'd love to see the students be able to meet and not feel, and not feel that these are sides. So I'm just putting out there what I heard. I'm not saying this either way. I definitely want to meet with the Italian Club just to see if everybody's on the same page. And there's the research they were given a piece of research, and I'm not sure if that's how this is supposed to be worked out, or if they were to research and bring to the table what they get. So I think it's still unclear, at least from the students' perspective, because I made sure I asked what the charge is for them, as far as when they're supposed to work on this, how they're supposed to work with the Italian Club, how they're supposed to meet, that type of structure. So if we can just make all that clear, I think we'd be in a better place. But right now, there's a lot of work being done. There's definitely energy around it, and that's exactly what we need, so we just got to redirect it. And I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Makusi. Hope Jake?
And Jennifer, I recognize you recognizing the table. Say yes to education breakfast that you forgot to mention.
I did forget to, well, because you guys are going to talk about it.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
So that's what happened. Yeah. So there was a number of board members present, including myself and Ms. Makosi, Mr. Scott, Dr. Rivera, and I believe Mr. Hurd were all. And Mr. Bertucci, sorry. So that was a great thing that we attended, in a great organization that we're all continuing to support. So my report is going to focus around the work that we've been doing as a collaborative between the board and the family court, juvenile justice system,
So the anti-bullying task force came and presented at our educational support meeting, and given that they had already presented at our board meeting, our public meeting, came to do a deeper dive onto the recommendations that they had presented at the original meeting. So I'm happy to report that we're going to take the baton from them and organize a internal committee. I hope to be a co-chair with Dr. Tanja Williams. I don't know. There you are. So we're gonna be meeting with Dr. Cash and Dr. Brown Hall, hopefully in the upcoming weeks, to organize how we're going to get that committee started and who we're going to involve in that committee and how we're going to bring the work that the wonderful task force presented to us and did so much work and research and energy and effort and involved so many community members and stakeholders. So now we're going to take all of those recommendations and we're going to implement them. I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited to continue to be a part of that. In addition to that, I want to report that the Juvenile Detention Alternatives Initiative, which is the collaborative that I'm involved in with Judge Friedman on the family court end of things, we've decided that we're going to focus on a new initiative this year, which is a suspension diversion initiative. And we met with Judge Friedman and Dr. Williams just a couple of days ago to talk about how we're going to organize that, and it looks like we're going to try to get a lot of the same stakeholders and people in the community together to use the same structure that we developed with the anti-bullying task force to do a real deep dive into suspensions and how we can develop a diversion committee, or I'm sorry, a diversion initiative in the district so that we can reduce suspensions, which I hope is that the board will be supportive of as well. So that's all I got.
Vice President Revere, thank you. Number 10.
So I'm going to report first about our work session for student achievement. We had Chief Academic Officer Botticelli come and give us an overview of the Student Success Plan, which outlined how the district continues to strengthen the rigor, relevance, and responsiveness of instruction. It includes the work being done on how to prepare students to be successful readers and writers by the end of grade 3. It is a long plan because the commitment to improving the education for our students and following rigorous curriculum is evident in every piece of it. So we went through it, we drilled down on a lot of pieces of it. Some board members had some questions about exactly how the district programming and initiatives are being implemented and continue to roll out across the district. There were some questions about AP courses, and so we spent some time really talking about the ways in which access to AP courses is improving across the district and the preparation that's being given to students in order to have them access those courses and be ready for AP courses. We will continue to talk about also the kinds of assessments that are used, not just testing assessments, but also ways in which coaching tools and other tools are being done in conjunction with teachers. It was an interesting work session. I look forward to doing more on that. We're going to hear more about the kind of implementation of the initiatives and what it looks like in middle school. At our next work session, we're also going to have an overview of special education. I did attend the CPAC meeting last night. CPAC is the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee. And it was a lively meeting with a lot of good suggestions, one of which is that there's a request from CPAC to the board about exploring better options for professional development for general education teachers to support students with special needs in classrooms. And so we will be talking about that some more at our next work session to see what might be done in that area. That's all for my report.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. On October 9th, during the education support work session, which I chaired, we talked about the anti-bullying campaign and what can we do as a board, as a district to help stop the bullying that goes on within our schools. This is very important because a lot of kids face bullying sometime in their lifetime. I believe everybody here has also at some point in their lifetime that we all have faced this. And today it has grown due to social media, due to the presence of gang violence, and just actual people who, through jealousy and just bad acts, that pick on people who they feel that's vulnerable. I met with the Honorable Judge Brenda Friedman and also Ben Hilligus over the Erie County Youth Detention Center, and we spoke about the issues of bullying and what can we do as a district and as a board to address these issues. On October 9th, we had a couple of people that came and spoke: Martha Younger, Judith Gerber, Amanda Nickerson, Jeff Banks, who supplied the data research of the anti-bullying in the Buffalo Public Schools. We also have some young people that through the Say Yes Education program and the Breaking Barriers program, which spent a lot of time with and initiating. Dwayne Sawyer, Kevin Simpson, and Dupree Robinson. These young men gave firsthand what they experienced in bullying in the Buffalo Public Schools, so that the older people get a better understanding of what they go through in this day and age. So we're able to adapt this through the adaptive rules and regulations that we have to abide by, and how can we identify the types of bullying, the sources of the bullying, and how can we use restorative justice circles to try to counteract the effects of bullying and restore the practices of working together and talking out problems. This is something that hasn't been done in the past. Some teachers did it and didn't understand the terminology of restorative justice. They just use it as their everyday teaching. So we continue to use this today and these circles to help alleviate the pains of bullying and the traumas that go along with it. We also talked about the training of school personnel. A lot of this things that we came up with is going to have to be further investigated more and do more research into it also, so that we can address the different types and various types of the bullying that our kid persists. We don't want to come to a point where we receive a notice saying that a child, tried to do something to themselves or to another student because of how they've been treated. And I think that we collaboratively are working together to change this, to change the culture in our schools, to change the culture on our buses, change the culture in our neighborhoods and within our district ourselves. So I'm going to leave it off there. Oh yeah, and also we also talked about working on a campaign against bullying. What can we do as a district, as parents, involving parent groups and involving parent groups and student groups, student voice groups, to get together and talk about the pains of bullying and what practices we can do better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Board member Dr. Brown.
Hey, I don't have much. I did attend the University of Buffalo's EOC rebranding community engagement breakfast. A couple of the board cabinet people and Dr. K right there was another cabinet member. So that was really interesting because, as you know, EOC has a program that caters to young people but people who have not finished high school, for example, and or finished high school and are wavering to find themselves. So they do offer dental hygienists, nurse assistants, surgical cleaning, and a chef. So the chef students were the ones that made the graphics, and it was wonderful. Secondly, I am involved now with the stakeholders meetings being held at one of my schools, Field Academy, and the principal is doing a wonderful job in terms of tracking attendance for students as well as teachers, suspensions. For example, last year this time there were 31 suspensions. The majority were males, 15, compared to this year, 17 total suspensions, 9 males and 8 females. So yeah, every Monday they call state representatives there, so I'm going to be participating in that. And then lastly, I don't know if you know, but I just found out there's a Live Well Erie initiative. I passed this around that you could take a look at it. I just got involved with this, and Erie County, along with United Way, got together for about 9 months to put together a task force, and this is the outcome of that particular task force. They involved something like 60 community partners, and it's called The New Erie County Will Leave No One Behind. Understanding the social determinants of health. And so the social determinants of health include economic stability, childhood experiences, education, social supports, community safety, working environment, food, and housing. It's a deliberate attempt to properly understand and positively influence the social determinants of health to create better positive outcomes for Erie County residents. And so one of the interests that I have, and I'm going to be on that committee, is looking at 3 goals. And the first goal is children will grow up in a stable, safe, and supportive community. And so the indicators for that is reports of abuse and maltreatment. The second goal, children will achieve comprehensive health. Now they're looking at rates of overweight and obesity here, and incidence of preterm birth. And the third goal for this group is children will realize their greatest potential. Now they're looking at 3rd and 8th grade ELA and math scores. And they're looking at high school dropout rates. So I think it's really good that other groups are looking at these areas because they are complex areas and the school district can't do everything. And so being involved in these kind of groups and initiatives will help us as a board to, combat some of the gaps that exist. So I'll be bringing more information about that. I met with this group one time, and it will be ongoing throughout the year. That's all I have.
We're looking forward to hearing more about that. Mr. Scott.
October 17th, I attended the Erie County Association for School Boards Legislative Committee meeting. 2 of the topics that stuck out that we discussed were the use of traffic cameras on school buses to catch drivers going through the red lights and the stop sign. A lot of confusion, it seems like, on how it's going to be implemented as far as working with the municipality of the school district, finding a vendor, enforcing it, how you would actually record and then fine somebody. The other thing that came up was social media, the use of social media to communicate, also folks using social media to spread misinformation. I attended the New York State School Boards Association conference, October 24th to the 26th. Several of us attended that, starting with the Conference of Big Five dinner. It was nice to connect with other Big Five folks, including the superintendent from Rochester. Some of the workshops I attended were mental health first aid training for employees, which was done by the superintendent, associate superintendent of Hamburg schools. That was really worthwhile. Vaping and marijuana, which also was very worthwhile, changed some of my perspectives, both of those. Responding to allegations of child abuse, and then free speech in the era of social media guidance for school board members. And then lastly, last Friday, the very last, almost the last minute, with Dr. Morell's, a lot of Dr. Morell's help, we arranged for about 80 Buffalo Public School students to attend to see a speaker, Dr. Yusef Salem, which was extremely powerful. And there were other speakers there that night too that were very motivating. And for those that don't know, Dr. Yusef Salem is one of the Central Park Five, now termed the Exonerated Five. He's part of the group that were horribly treated and wrongly charged, convicted, and sentenced for several years, finally set free in 2014. It was just a great experience, I think, to have some of our students there to experience him speaking, and it was extremely worthwhile and powerful for me to witness that as well. I'm very happy that Dr. Morrell was able to arrange that. Voice Buffalo worked with us in giving us a reasonable cost for those students to attend. Definitely a positive experience for our kids.
Thank you. Board Member Petrucci.
Thank you, President Cotman. Like fellow board member Rivera, I was at the CPAC meeting. The one thing that came up that Dr. Rivera didn't touch upon that I wanted to mention was that it was brought up that we still have open teacher positions in some of the schools. So that's something that I know that Paulette, Ms. Woods has brought up numerous times, and it was brought up last night at CPAC as well. Last night I also had the opportunity to attend the PAL auction. Police Athletic League is one of the primary providers of various athletic programs for our children, both after schools, on weekends, and over the summer. Earlier I attended the Native American Parent-Student Group. I was proud to be there and to listen to their concerns. One thing that came up that I know that we are working on is how to expand our offerings, whether it's language or culture, within the district, to kind of further all the students in the Buffalo Public Schools understanding. I was honored to speak at CSEA's Western Region 6 Veterans Day ceremony. I did attend the Erie County Association of School Boards Albany update. I missed the first speaker. I attended, or was able to speak and to hear part of the second speaker, which was actually on rural districts, and I will say it surprised me the amount of similarities with respect to problems and concerns that urban districts have with rural districts, whether it's transportation and employment and other things. So that was a little surprising, but I was welcomed the opportunity. I attended the Western New York Adult Education Consortium at Bennett High School, and also stuck my head in the Say Yes presentation. And again, like many of my cohorts, was at the New York State School Boards Association conference in Rochester as well.
Thank you. Well, excuse me, Board Member Woods. Young people, we'd like to acknowledge you that you are here today. We see that you're in the process of leaving. Can you tell us what schools you represent before you leave out? Emerson. Is this part of a project you're doing for school? Is this part of a project you're doing for school? Okay, beautiful. Are there any other students in the audience? Thank you. Please, you're all from the same school? Any others? Our apologies for not acknowledging you earlier. Thank you for coming out. I'm sorry, Mrs. Woods, you may continue, please.
Well, I just have three things. I went to I thank you guys for going to the New York State Association of Counties conference. I attended 5, 6 different seminars. They were very informative. Meeting with the Big Five, I got to speak with Commissioner Rosa, and it was very enlightening on how she dealt with some of the things the children were facing. She gave me some very good examples of how to deal with crises and incidences with children, to find out what is causing them to act out. You don't know if they're going home to being abused or what, and that's the only thing that's going to help our children deal with trauma. You have to have a team, an incident, to work with them, the social worker, the psychologists. And she gave me some very good examples of how she handled it. I went to a community involvement seminar where the young people took the lead and formed an organization to change the attitudes in their community. And these young people were dynamic speakers. They formed a club, and they were changing. They were in a rural area, and they were changing racial attitudes and promoting diversity, and they were making a difference in their school. I was so proud of them. I went to some financial seminars. Of course, I always want to know how to make more money for us and get some guidance on those. And I went to the My Brother's Keeper seminar and met the associate superintendent, who's over the funding, and he had just renewed the grant, and
I think that was a good connect, so that maybe in the future we can get an actual academy for my brother's keeper. We had the finance committee meeting. We spoke on the issue of transportation and safe schools. The issues of transportation, I'm happy that we were given a report that more drivers are being recruited, more routes have been centralized, and that First Student is truly trying to make a difference for our, and is making a difference on getting more drivers, paying them more money, so that we won't have such a horrible time with the snow and our children. We also spoke about the need to change the 1.5 miles that our children walk in the snow because it impacts our attendance, and it's difficult for our children to walk through dangerous areas. And the Big Five addressed that and passed the resolution. There's an article that Jay Ray wrote that you should read in the Buffalo Evening News, and we will be hearing more about that in the Finance Committee, because I believe we need something to reduce the cost to our parents who currently live within that 1.5 miles. The last thing is Veterans Day. Veterans Day just passed. I went to about 5 different veterans events. I will be speaking at East High School at a veterans event this Saturday. But the main thing was on Veterans Day, our McKinley ROTC, our Hutchett ROTC, our students. We had hundreds of students out there in force. They helped put flags on the graves. They did the honor guard. They were just magnificent. And I just want to give praise to those who put their lives on the line and who paid the ultimate cost for our nation and for our freedom. Freedom is not free.
Thank you. I'll just share a few things I've done over the past, since our last board meeting. Say Yes, I attended the Say Yes Operating Committee. One of the things that was a takeaway from that committee was the need to focus on grades 6 through 8, preparing them for college. Over the since Say Yes's inception, they have worked I would say the back end of the educational formula as far as helping with our children to receive resources once they graduate. We are now focusing our attention on trying to make sure that our 8th graders are high school ready, and conversation came up that start around grade 6 might be a good thing. We also shared that with Chief Academic Officer Ann Bellicelli at our last committee meeting. I met with Reverend Julian Cook from Houghton Academy in regards to his East Side program that he has at the old King Charter School right there at Genesee and Rich. He has a program, and he's working now to recruit 30 students for next year. It comes with wraparound supports, including financing, with money to help you with your books, clothes, whatever. They're doing some wraparound supports to make sure that the students are successful in college. On November the 1st, I went to a meeting with the Fruit Belt Coalition. There were several organizations sitting there. They called me there about their concerns about city honors. They in return today came and spoke. We're glad to see that community, Mrs. Gitney and Reverend Blakely, Reverend Cook is also a part of that, and Zaid Islam was also there among some other people that were active. On November the 6th, I attended a McKinney-Vento advisory meeting, and we had a state representative, Jennifer Pringle, who was there to train our staff in regards to the proper McKinney-Vento practices, as well as how to prepare for the next McKinney-Vento grant, which is in 2021. I attended on November the 7th the Head Start I attended the Best Union. I went over to Joanne Sweat's office. She wanted to discuss their concerns. I think what came out of that meeting is that she is aware that the board recognizes the importance of her union members. And we understand that our schools would not be what they are if it was not for them. And I think she appreciated that. as they continue to negotiate their contract with the district. November the 7th, I did my monthly report with Hamlin Park Taxpayers Association. The following day, I attended the Western New York STEM annual event. It is an event where schools, districts come from all over Western New York, and they receive recognition. We did have several staff members that were there during the morning. They did not stay throughout the luncheon, but our school, Charles Drew, was honored as one of the recipients of an award. The thing that I would like to say that I took from that is I watched what other school districts are doing and thought about where we could go. Keep your fingers crossed. It's hush-hush. You didn't hear it from me. But we are hoping that we make it for the third time to the National Space Flight Program. We are in the final stages of that, so we are a contender. That's big news if we can do that. Either way, just to be considered is huge. Okay. Western New York STEM is an organization that I encourage our staff members to go. School 74 was represented. There are a lot of partners there with a lot of ideas to help us, and they are Buffalo Bill fans, and so they want to root for Buffalo Public Schools as well. Okay, so we want to see that. On November the 8th, I also attended MST Assembly Day. Terrence Hurd was there also at the Western New York STEM event, and we also went over to MST, where it was a assembly and an event. It was a walk encouraging our students to speak life twice. This is part of Reverend Gene Copeland's plan that he is working with our children. We had students that stood up, and I'd like to bring them down to talk about what it has meant to them to be able to be positive about their lives and etc. November the 8th, I met with the Parent Congress. They asked that I would meet. I also invited board member Dr. Brown, but she was not able to come. It was a short notice. And I assured them that the Buffalo Board of Education is receptive and wants to work with them. And so that as we move forward, that we can move forward without our fists clenched, but with our hands open up, working together. And that you don't have to fight the power anymore, that you're at the table. So we had a very good meeting in regards to that, and I look forward to talking with them. On November the 13th, I attended School 54. I also went back this past Monday. I met the parent liaison that's there, and this past Monday I had the opportunity to work with her in trying to show her how to structure putting together an event. And she's concerned about the extra half an hour that the children have each day and how they're using it, and she wants to come up with some ideas. So we're working a campaign around the steps that are involved to get that up and running. She'd like to see the children play chess or do some things together for that about 20 minutes toward the end of the day. So that was a
What grade focus? What grade focus?
Pre-K to 4th. Okay, so she's going to bring it to her school-based management meeting, and we'll see how that goes. I also had the opportunity to sit down for the first time and meet with our Associate Superintendent, Mrs. Wilson, who is here from Rochester. It was very nice to sit down and talk with her, to know that she is also concerned, and that Dr. Cash has selected an excellent person to add to his team to see that our students receive what they should. It was very pleasant to meet with her. And on the 15th, I attended the inauguration at Villa Maria for Dr. Matthew Giordana, fourth president, and our own vice president, Ann Revere, spoke at the event, and she was very gracious and made me feel very much at home. They were very pleased to see Buffalo Public Schools in the house. In addition to that, Dr. Caresses was there as well. And I personally feel that Villa Maria is a well-kept secret, and that we have the opportunity to do some great things with them. So we would definitely be meeting with the president to see how they can help us grow our school. November the 18th, I met with Principal Johnson over at School 54, And we had a very interesting conversation. I shared some of it with Dr. Cash. I'll be talking with the board outside of this meeting. And let's see, November, I met this past Monday, I met with Dr. Cash. In addition to that, Ron Clayton of Hope International asked me to speak with him. And Dr. Brown, you may be interested in this. I'll give you his card, particularly since it deals with the financial helping of our parents, and it ties into what I'm seeing that you recently passed about that, what is it, Live Well? And I'd like to share that card with them. And this is a support that comes with no fee. It's amazing what's out there, particularly for veterans. I also talked to Board Member Woods about that, so I'll give you both a card. And yesterday I met with the East High alumni. And so, in trying to work with that organization to get a solid foundation, tomorrow, everyone is invited to attend at 60 Headley Street, Hope Buffalo's grand opening. Hope Buffalo is the organization that is responsible for dealing with teenage pregnancy. Stan Martin is the individual who has invited us, and it starts at 5 p.m. You are welcome to come through and see the initiatives that they're putting through. They're at 60 Headley. And that's about it. So thank you for listening, and thank you, board members. It is so encouraging to see that every one of us had a report this week. Yes, Mr. Hurd.
President Trump, can I add one thing?
Sure.
I spoke with Anna Austin. That's who Dr. Woods we're talking about. I'm named you a doctor. About the My Brother's Keeper program, and we've been emailing back and forth. And one thing that we talked about was putting together a My Sister's Keeper program, because there's so many women, females out here that's not getting the attention that they need in this day and age. So right now we're talking about funding sources for the My Sister's Keeper program, and actually establishing it so that we can try to help the females in this district. And also, I just want to add, Dr. Fatima Morrell had a great program on November 14th with disproportionality workshop at West Hurdle High School. And she had a ton of principals, teachers, students there. My son actually came and spoke there. And I'd like to congratulate you on your efforts that you're working with the district.
Yes, Dr. Cash?
Yeah, could you just say a little more about that last piece that you were reporting on? I was curious and intrigued, but I didn't know.
Hope Buffalo?
Yeah, what do they do exactly?
Okay.
Say more about that.
Well, Hope Buffalo received a grant to work with the high-risk zip codes in Buffalo to an overall goal to reduce teenage pregnancy. Okay. And they have been working.
Trying to work with us, or they?
Well, they had Eric Rosser was working with them.
They spoke
when he was there. You will remember a couple other people that were formerly with us were working also with them. And the goal is to reduce teenage pregnancy, and they also have an additional initiative that they receive money for. And it's exactly what it is. The goal is to reduce teenage pregnancy and to get children. Stan Martin is his name.
You know Stan Martin?
I do.
Doctor? Could just make that connection so that we're working closely with them. Okay.
They spoke in July, I believe in July here.
Okay.
What time is this?
It's at 5 p.m. to Thursday the 21st at 60 Headley. They have they've rented the space from Hamlet Park Taxpayers Association, believe it or not, and they're having a big reception over there. And it would be nice if we could attend, because one of the concerns is that he needs our district in order to make sure his program is a success. Okay.
I think he did something else constructive, just to mention, because I'm meeting with them tomorrow at 4 as parent groups. So just say to try to make sure.
Well, yeah.
I'll work with them tomorrow.
My concern for our parent Congress is that they do work together, and that that the concerns are the focus of the children and what works for them. And so I'm not sure, but maybe in the future we may think about doing something to help with making sure that they gel a little bit. We talked a little bit about that in our meeting, but they were very positive and very receptive. I think that they're going through a transition with the change in leaders.
Right.
You know, you had two major people step down, and they're finding their footing or whatever.
Mhm.
And I think as long as we can keep the children up front, in front of them, I think we'll be fine with that organization. One thing that Dr. Cash, the board was talking about doing some things as far as having some training also. Have we done anything with that, Darren? Have you?
The good thing is times are amputated 20 days. Board members, just supply dates. Then it goes out to the board members to see which would be for the restorative practices PD and the disproportionality PD that Dr. So I'll be sending those out to the board tomorrow. I know I flooded those with a lot of emails today, so I'll wait till tomorrow.
Okay, no problem. Is everyone fine? Okay. May I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? I saw Paulette and Lou's hand up. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's see what we have. We have 18A Precision's exam, third.
Yes. We just wanted to take a look at the agenda, the 18A, and see. I want to know more about it. What can we do about the fairs? How can we possibly bring this over to one of our workshops or education achievements so that we get a better understanding of it before we move forward with it?
Okay, Mr. Harris, our new director of CTE, is in the house.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to give you a little insight about the examination. For our CTE programs, in order to be approved, New York State requires that we have an assessment attached to each program. And as you know, our programs are offering 4+1. Now, for the future of our students, there's an alternate pathway for them to graduation. They can substitute one of our exams for one of their Regents exams and get a 4+1 for their graduation. Also, we had a growth of programs. We moved from 25 programs to 35 programs, and now we're seeing our seniors of our new programs come through. If you think about Emerson used to have 400 students. Now we have students coming from Buffalo School of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management also coming from that program. So that kind of like doubles the amount of exams that we need as well. It includes a written and a practical performance by each one of our students. So every one of our CTE program has an assessment aligned that has been approved by New York State Education Department for each program.
What percentage of your CTE students are seeking higher education?
I would say we have had surveys. I'm getting ready to put out a survey at the end of this month, before Thanksgiving. We reach out to our students who have graduated. That is another piece of this state ed requirement, is that we keep track of our students that have moved on to higher education, military, or go directly into the workforce. So we don't just keep track of those that are moving into college.
With the new CTE, innovative high schools, all of those programs find the college going
Absolutely.
program.
Absolutely.
Right?
And I just said that because that's the New York State Ed data point that we use. With our survey, we've surveyed our students, and our rate for students moving on to higher ed is about 65% and above. All right.
One of the things that we spoke about, and that I wanted to touch on also, the possibility of using for our sports programs, our coaches. We have a lack of coaches here in the city of Buffalo that's qualified, that's certified. Let's say certified. And so, what we wanted to try to look into a possibility of placing those coaching programs into a CTE program also, that these individuals can actually get certified doing the program and come out with the possibility of coaching possibility.
Have you seen it anywhere? It's interesting. I'm intrigued.
No, I haven't seen it anywhere.
I was sharing with them. We have a PT program, which is personal trainer,
right,
where our students work with people and teach them about their health, teach them about their muscle structure and how they should use everything in their power in order to be healthy. They're going through an exam as well for that program. That exam is a approved program that is a national assessment for that program. Okay.
But the problem is a lot of our coaches take the classes or cannot afford the classes. It's over $1,500 to take the 3 mandatory classes for coaching. So we can try to find a way to incorporate the PT program. They can keep other training also. Possibility we can get some good coaches out of this.
So you're saying grow our own coaches? How about referees too, while we're on the subject?
Referees also.
Yeah.
They're always looking, Sharon, they're always looking.
We need to do that. Well, we're looking at it in both ends, and some hybrid to just widen the band to get more, to be interested and then learn about it. Referee is very lucrative career for young people. We don't have very much diversity in there in the referee, any sport. And then the coaching qualifications and credentials needs to be upgraded. So you make a good point, but we're explore some avenues to see what we can do to make that happen. What I would recommend, though, is not to table this item. This item is somewhat sensitive to moving forward in these issues. So,
I just wanted to ask Mr. Harris, in regards to these certifications, are these certifications or certificates used in the industry or what?
There's technical endorsement. I've had several students call back to our office because down south is used more regularly, the scores of their exams. The scores of their exams will get them a job. It's an adult. What it is an adult. Some of them are adult level assessments. We actually offer a CNA to our students in CNA program. The pass rate there is 85 to 100% of students that are passing that CNA examination and moving on to become RNs, LPNs, things of that nature. But the start is right there. Those scores help them get positions before they move on to the next place.
Thank you. One of the things I'd like to see us do at the committee meeting is to bring those career assessments that the students are taking and take a look at what they look like, career zones and those things. At one time, a conversation had been had at this table that we would start at grade 4 and test our children. And then we would do it again at middle school to see what their interests are so that we can try to make sure that we're directing them in the direction that their interests are flowing.
We have the cards made for certain grade levels. That's something I'm going to work on pushing forward. There are certain schools that use it because of their focus at the school that are using it. They call me every year and I request them. We drop them off at the school and then they run it through their programs there. But there's a career plan for each grade level. It's probably 2 or 3 grade levels for each one, and it goes from kindergarten all the way up to the senior year of high school.
Wow, I would love to see that. That's
wonderful.
Educational support meeting, we can see it. Thank you so much for sharing that, our new director, Harris. Okay, moving forward, 22C, Corrective Action Plan for New York State Controller Audit, Mr. Scott and Mrs. Brooks.
Yeah, Richard, if you could just briefly kind of summarize the overspending, overpayment to charter schools here. It looks like it's a total of $1 million because we were able to correct it last year. The 1.7 million wasn't overpaid last year. Just kind of summarize what happened here in a way that's understandable to us and what the next steps are moving forward to try to correct this.
Yeah, so the way that there's 2 parts of charter school tuition. There's the basic tuition that is per pupil, and then for students that are in special education, and it depends on how much of their day is in special ed, there's additional amounts that go to charter schools. So charter schools had for some time actually been submitting invoices that were using essentially an older calculation. And that charged the district a higher amount. So, and that was what was uncovered in the audit. the issue is corrected now, last year and going forward. One of the main things in the corrective action plan, though, and this is, which we will be following up with the charter schools very shortly, is trying to recoup any prior year. We're still looking at going back as far back as we can go to see how far back these may be. And then we will reach out to the charter schools and use whatever means we can to try and collect any prior overpayments.
And what's the sense on how successful we will be those overpayments?
I don't know if I can give you an answer. We'll use whatever means I think we can. And ultimately, we pay the charter schools. So if we have to withhold some and then let the state figure it out, that's another option. But I guess I don't know.
Those are the things we're going to have to discuss. Whether we simply that one back to us, you all would be more aggressive to hold some of it back for future payments that we make to charter schools that are still open. We're researching right now the possibility of having the success, proving that was challenged, being successful in a court of law, and we should discuss that at a later time, executive session. Right now, I'm waiting for Mr. Richard's data on how much the overpayment has been going back as long as he can. I think I should have that within the next week or two.
And I think we're returning on this in, is it January, or is that the idea to come back to the board on this at a later date in January?
Not necessarily January, but depending on if as Nate mentioned, to whatever we need to go over with the board in terms of direction or something like that.
And then just last question, somewhat related. When the charter schools have closed, actually the Buffalo News did a report on how they've closed with millions of dollars in assets that disappeared. Has any of that ever returned in the charter schools that have closed in the past few years?
So in one instance, we did receive a small amount of money from a charter school that had closed 5 years later. I believe this is Pinnacle. That's an area that has still been a sore spot in terms of, we're uncomfortable with the process that allows the charter schools to continue to essentially operate after they close without any type of a receiver from the state or some other independent entity that might help protect those funds, because we can't be certain what they're doing with those funds, if they're still able to operate for several years after they're closed. So that's still an issue.
Basically, he asked most of my questions because I'm looking at, I understand that we can make mistakes, give people the wrong formula, and overpay. The $1 million mistake for 2017-18, I would like to see if there was any way to withhold automatically whatever the schools owe us and pay them less. Because if they owe us, we shouldn't be giving, they should pay us back our money, and we should give them a balance due to them. And that's the way the controller for Erie County has always worked the situation, that if they overpaid you, the next payment you got, they recouped it, unless it was such a big impact on you that they divided it up into an agreed upon series of payments. But that was my question, and that's my recommendation on recouping this $1 million. And I'm glad to see that, when we do make mistakes, we do correct it, because we are going to be talking about fiscal mistakes that people make. Not $1 million mistakes.
On this point, Mr. Hurd.
When does this turn to restitution, and when does it turn to a legal issue? We also have interest that type of money. So it should be more that should be.
Well, actual amount overpaid to each charter school. Once we get that data, we're going to have to strategize. They're recuperating. Offer them the option. They're all options that we'll have. Discuss that with at a future date and what the once you start holding money back, so on and so forth, then it becomes we're on south. And right now we're just. I just want to note, I don't think this was necessarily district error. I think formulas that charter schools were sending us our invoices.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify.
That were then uncovered. So maybe Jeff, you could clarify that. They were using. I don't know if it was provided by us or what we provided.
Right. Yes. I mean, these are their invoices. And certainly, it doesn't mean that we couldn't have caught this sooner. But it is the invoices come from the charter schools, and ultimately, if it's the incorrect formula, we would look to recoup overpayments.
Isn't that what our claims auditor is supposed to do? Review those claims and make sure they're correct so we don't overpay $1 million? It's a claim.
Claims auditors would look at that as well. They obviously didn't see that.
I just want to make sure it doesn't happen, in the future.
Okay. Absolutely. So just on this point, so is it possible, or will we ever recoup the $10 million that was that went into the I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied with this one. The property, I think it was the charter school over on, over on by the Fruit Belt was, no, it was the one in which now I think Reach Academy or the School of Inquiry is in.
So Pinnacle's been fully.
Community.
Oh, community.
Yeah, that was a building that was worth $4.5 million. They had put an additional $5 million in it, upwards of around $10 million, and never came back to the district. Is there any possibility we're going to see that money?
Well, to my knowledge, that the only charter school in the last several years that's actually gone through the liquidation process was Pinnacle, and they started it with $4 million in the bank, and then at the end we received a check for about $200,000. So most of the money was spent in the intervening years.
In the interim, I think Assembly person Crystal Stokes put a legislation in place that made sure the money was supposed to come back to us. That was missing in between that.
No, the legislation exists, but the hammer to actually enforce it doesn't. There's no receiver. There's no one. There's no one to go in there and actually take hold of the checkbook.
Really. No, Mr. Petrucci.
So with the $200,000 check, Jeff, you didn't get an accounting. So much was for carrying costs or legal obligations or to close things out.
I don't know if I got a full accounting. I know we had some conversations with I think the council for that charter school, but I don't know if I got a full accounting that actually ran down to that number. I'd have to check and see. But certainly it wasn't what we would have expected to get, given what they went into closure with.
Wow. Okay, Mr. Hurd, we'll wrap this up.
We're not bargaining with these charter schools about payment, are we? Looking for a full amount.
Which charter schools?
The
closed?
Yeah.
No, I mean we would want all assets after they're liquidated.
It's all public money.
Yeah. But it's not a question of that you keep half, we keep. No, we want whatever can be returned, because the money is supposed to follow the students, and those students, when the charter school closed, those students typically come back here, and that money should follow them.
You have received proper notice that
they know the law, and they know that the law would require that upon closure, remaining assets should be returned to the district of home residence for the students.
have they received the proper notice?
As part of their closure, yes, but they again, it takes time for them to Well, that's the issue, is that we can't compel them to close. They seem to be able to operate for several years after the fact. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
So I think what we should do at one of our committees, probably under executive affairs, that we should get some some additional information, some clarity on this, because that's a total of like $14 million, and that's a lot of money. And yeah, trust me, it is, because the elevator in that building was $1.5 million, I believe. Okay. So we need to find out, because as we are a poor school district. One of the things that was said at the when I went out to Cheektowaga, we were trying to put a charter school there, is that they will have to increase classroom sizes. Do we have increased classroom sizes? They would have to cut out extracurricular activity. We don't have ours. They would have to lay off people, okay, and they would not be able to provide the same supports. And so, as a district, we're struggling with doing the same thing, and to receive a letter from a charter school recently to say that they're able to do everything that we can't do leads me to think that we need to do a little bit more as far as our due diligence is concerned, to make sure we get what's coming back to this district. It's only fair, and I believe in choice. I just do not believe that our children should suffer at the expense of any other students. Okay. All right. As we move forward, thank you, Jeff.
You might as well state.
Oh, there's one more question. 23A, maintenance of balance fund. Mrs. Woods.
You submitted the policy number 5511 to correct it so that fund balance, it's called maintenance of the fund balance. To correct it so that it properly states we should maintain 4% for our fund balance.
Is there a minimum unassigned fund balance? Yeah, that was a typographical error that got into the policy that was adopted back in June. So when we caught that, we're asking that we correct that back to what the board had previously implemented, 4%.
Okay, and I just want to state for the record that I have recommended in asking at the Finance Committee that we look at this policy and add the New York State Education Law, Section 2580, which refers to custody and disbursement of our fund balance, and it states very clearly that our funds and our monies for the school board have to be put in a separate fund, cannot be dispersed or used without authorization, signature, and notification and approval of the Board of Education, and that Board of Education funds, our fund balance, cannot be used for any other purpose than board purposes, which includes funding the deficit and cash flow problems of the city of Buffalo. So our procedures need to be improved and straightened and strengthened, because our fund balance is important to the integrity of our financial stability, and it is important that we obey New York State education law, that the custody of our funds is secure. So I want that issue on the record, and I want it on the Finance Committee, because we need notification that what's been going on for the last 6 months, instead of doing TANs and RANs as every other county does or every other municipality does, our fund balance, the custody of our funds, is questionable. So I just want to put that on record.
All right. So what does that mean? Do we have to, can we add that? Does it have to come before the our finance and ops? How do we move that forward, Mr. Kuzma?
I think we discussed it at finance and ops. I forwarded a copy of your email. I want to on that. And I think general, no, I mean, but I think you're the rating fund balance without the board's approval.
Very much so.
So I'll look at the law on that. And
Right, Dr. Cash, and I agree with that. One of the things, a suggestion that was made is that we write a letter to the New York State Controller and ask the New York State Controller if that's permitted to be done. Okay, all right?
It's clear, the law says that is not permitted.
Right. Well, yeah, it's fine, but we have done policy changes under finance and ops and just put it on with the permission of the vice president. The issue here is that we're starting a new year, and we need to start the new year on a new footing. And we need to know if money is being used or taken out of account and not being approved by this district. We need to know that. Because in a conversation, I'll be honest with you, that I had with the fiscal control board, I asked them, why are you still monitoring what's going on in Buffalo Public Schools? And they said that they were softly monitoring it, that it was a courtesy. And I said, okay, so if that's the case, then why aren't you monitoring what's going on with the city of Buffalo if they're using our funds? And the conversation was because they have not shown a negative balance. And I said, well, they certainly would have shown a negative balance if they had not used our money. So explain to me why we're being monitored and the city of Buffalo is not being monitored. So we want to talk more about this conversation. We'll be happy to have that at the next Finance and Ops meeting. Thank you. December the 4th.
I'm glad we're all in agreement. Let's protect our assets.
Absolutely.
So, are there any, if there are no more questions or concerns, Mr. Kuzman, would you poll the members?
The consent agenda, how do you vote, Dr. Kathy Evans? Exception?
No exceptions.
Okay. Posey?
No exception.
Mr. Petrucci?
No exceptions.
Dr. Rivera?
No exceptions.
Scott?
No exceptions.
Woods?
Exception 19A and 19C.
President Belton Cotman?
No exception.
Consent agenda passes.
Okay, can we have our moment of silence, after which, first I would need a motion to go into executive session, after that to discuss the discipline of specific district employees and for the purpose of receiving legal advice. May I have a motion?
Wait a minute, are you gonna make a motion about the?
We're gonna do that at the end of the meeting when we come back. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is this the right order? Not yet end the meeting and then go into.
No.
My suggestion would be, if we're gonna do a moment of silence, do that right now. After that.
Right, that's what my plan was. So can I have the motion to go into executive session after the moment of silence? Larry,
Let's do the moment of silence.
Some silence.
What difference?
We
would it
need a
silence
reason for the motion.
Did you say
did.
consider?
Okay. So, Mr. Hurd, we did this the same way last month, and Jennifer, okay? So can we stand up and get our, Mr. Petrucci, would you do the honors, please, of recognizing?
Thank you, President Cotman. Bereavements for the November 20th board meeting 2019. On October 21st, George Lindsay Jr., father of Gerald Lindsay from the IT department. On October 2nd, Mabel L. Clark, mother of Michelle Clark Nagoma, a fourth grade teacher at ECC school number 82. October 22nd, Jenny Elizabeth Sejo Ortiz, sister of Maria Calla, assistant principal at Herman Badillo school number 76. November 12th, Maureen Linder, special education at school number 3. November 12th, Dr. Florence Flakes Rozier, who was mentioned earlier. November 13th, Stephen Hicks, a substitute teacher and president of Substitute United, also mentioned earlier. Recognized earlier, I should say. November 16th, Nestor D. Williams, father of Fabiola Frio, a social worker at Emerson School of Hospitality. November 19th, Ruth Vanderbrook, mother-in-law of Lisa Vanderbrook, a speech pathologist at Occupational Training Center, school number 42. Let us all bow our heads in silence. Thank you very much.
That was short, minute.
Motion.
I would say we do the motion right now, one more time. For the record. I don't know if there was a first and second for that motion.
Yeah, it was. Sure it was. It was
Yeah.
Terrence and Jennifer.
Yeah.
You want to do it over?
Let's take a vote.
Let's take a vote, yeah.
Okay. All right, may I have a motion to go into executive session to discuss the discipline of a specific district employee and for the purpose of receiving legal advice? Mr. Hurd and Jennifer. Mr. First, Mr. Hurd. Okay?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed? Thank you.
We're in executive session.
That's good. Thank you.
I just didn't remember that happening.
Could I give you, this is
So, when we come out, discipline of specific district employees, and for the purpose of receiving legal advice, action was taken. There is some additional business that needs to be discussed.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to purchase tickets for the Buffalo Urban League Gala, which is going to be held on Saturday, November 23rd of this month. And the ticket prices are $120 a piece. The Urban League Gala gives out scholarships and awards to children in the city of Buffalo, Buffalo Public Schools, and they also have programs to help encourage them to succeed in life, wellness programs and job training programs, and also mentoring and counseling at the center. From my understanding, they have 2 different schools that's going to be represented, Buffalo Public Schools, at this event. I myself will not need a ticket personally because I already have a ticket, because I didn't want to wait for this day, but there's other members of the board here that wants to attend the Urban League Gala, and so I would just like to make a motion for approval for it.
Can I get a second?
Do you know the cost?
$120.
I know, but how much is, how many people can sit around the table?
I believe it's 12.
12.
Oh, it's 12?
Yeah. Kathy's a member of the Brown. She's a member of the
so
Urban
it's
League.
$14.40 is what you're approving.
Not to
Was
exceed.
it 12?
Yes,
Or
it's
is
a
there-
fundraiser.
is there
Scholarship
annual? How many tickets are you asking for now?
Whoever, how it reads that whoever wants to attend, I already have my ticket, so.
I don't know about
So you're talking about eight.
whatever board members.
Whoever board members. Yes.
So eight board.
Board members, should it read board member superintendent?
Make that 9.
Yes.
I'll pay for my wife. My wife, I'll pay her $120.
How you telling me?
Because I wanted to be transparent about it.
Messing
When
with
you
you.
see her sitting there, running your cameras.
This Saturday.
Okay,
6
so
o'clock.
we got first and second. Can we get a vote on it? Are we in agreement? Everybody in
But
agreement?
wait, can we get how many? Because maybe. I'll
Maybe
have
some
hand-
people aren't
hands count.
interested in going.
How many?
After all.
How many? we
How
talking
many
about?
want to go?
And
Can we get a raise of hand, please, that will attend this Saturday? It's a black tie affair.
There's the agenda. The substantive agenda.
How many people are going?
You have to ask Mrs. Kathy Evans Browns about that.
Dr.
Dr. Browns.
Do you purchase individual tickets, or do you have to purchase a table?
It would be best to purchase a table, and I say that because we are a board and we want to go collectively.
The problem is, you can only purchase tickets for people who are on the board. So if a table sits 12, you really don't have the authority to purchase a table.
Oh, gotcha. So,
You see what I'm saying?
We do a
I would
not
not
to
be sitting
exceed
at the
amount.
table. I would not be
Can we
sitting
do
at the board
it, say
table.
nine,
I was sitting my wife.
Can we do a not to exceed, Darren?
Colleagues.
We do a not to exceed amount, so you don't want to
No,
purchase a
listen,
certain number of
colleagues,
tickets.
colleagues. If 12 can seat, and you get a tally of how many want to go, then we can take that. And then if you're paying, as long as we're paying for the tickets, couldn't spouses still sit with the board
absolutely.
member and go sit at the table? Why would we divide it all up? We want you at the table, Darren, you and your wife.
I'm sitting with General Motors, sir.
But if there's enough to go, that's why you take the tally now of who's coming.
And we've never limited just to the board members. When we bought a table before, we've also offered it to staff if there were extra seats.
Okay,
So
that's what you can say.
So here's the biggest issue. Last year, I went to that event, 250 scholarships were given.
Mhm.
The majority of them were given to Buffalo Public School children. And our book club, Sister Chat Book Club, sponsored, we donated and we sponsored a scholarship last year. And so, it's a very worthy cause, and
the minimum scholarship is $250 that the kids get.
Yeah.
We gave out 146 last year, so it's definitely
Oh, if I had it wrong, we gave out 146 at 250. Is that what it was? Okay, I stand corrected.
You probably stand corrected. Yeah, 150.
So can we get a hand count of people that would like to attend?
So is the board in agreement with buying a table and sponsoring this event for about $1,440? Yes or no? That's what we want to agree on.
I'm okay with buying a table.
I'm
Okay,
okay
so
with
can
buying
we,
a table.
so we're in agreement with buying a table. Can you do a roll call vote, please?
But colleagues, seriously, because this what the whole night's been, out of strict accounting, you don't want to just buy for 2 or 3 people, and then you spend $14.40. So if Sharon is right, that is part of your policy that you can get staff or other people to fill it, that is a board, so it's a board expenditure, or even students, then let me try to work to fill it for you, because otherwise it's to me it's not good fiduciary oversight to buy 1440 and then only have 3 people there.
Okay,
So I'm just trying to make sure we're clear.
We need an accurate count of people so we can make sure we have enough at that table. So it's not over.
Or we'll know how many we have to try to go and fill it.
Been there in the past.
I definitely support it, but if I try and do anything else this weekend after last weekend, my family's gonna murder me. I won't be around.
So you don't have to go.
So what do you want to do?
Put your hands up.
I have a question. So this does not apply to me, but if you have a spouse or administrative staff that like to go with the
No
person?
spouse I can't pay for.
I ain't say pay for it, but maybe go ahead, y'all got it. I'm done.
Thank you. Okay. So what do you guys want to do? You want to buy a table, or do you want to buy individual tickets?
If we can bring staff, I'd like to do the table.
Okay. Is that agreeable? Okay.
Do a roll call vote on
that, I'm just trying to think that doesn't make sense, right? You do a table of 12, and
First, you'd ask board members, and if board members can't attend, then you'd want to have staff to make sure we had a full table.
right. But then how would
so
your
if I-
wife be able to sit at the table?
If a staff want to bring a
Because I'm
spouse.
gonna pay for it.
You're
I'm gonna pay her 120.
Right. So then all you need to do is only buy 11.
No, listen, then I was gonna go to cabinet, or wherever else you all recommend, and see if any of them want to come to this,
What
event.
Dr. Brown is saying is, if you bring your spouse, just make note of that, that's 2 seats. So whoever wants to bring a
Someone's got to
spouse
sit
with
at
them.
another table.
Somebody's gonna sit another.
So we'll do 11.
No,
We'll
I
do
won't
11.
bring my spouse then.
No, you
Which,
won't.
which
You
then,
better bring your
which then means I won't be coming, because
You're
she
gonna
ain't
make
gonna let me
Alexa sit
come.
another
You
table.
better
I guarantee you, I can't.
Somebody tells that.
You should
So
be able to
we'll
spouse.
do,
Just do 11.
Okay,
If you buy 11, and then you'll be seated at a table of 12. 11 tickets will be purchased for BPS, and then 1 for Gail.
What about
that
Terrence
goes
and his
up
wife?
Terrence and his wife.
They're
got-
sitting at the general motors
he
table,
doesn't
they
wanna
already have
sit.
tickets.
Are you gonna sit at General Motors?
Yeah.
You gonna isolate?
Yeah.
I can't believe
We're not
it.
good.
You need to sit with the board.
no.
I don't know what this board going to do. I got mine weeks ago.
Okay, so he gonna go there.
can't
So,
trust
so
this
now
board.
tell us again, man.
I love y'all, but
You'll need to buy 11 tickets.
Give me a break.
You are on the planning committee, right? So just buy 11 tickets.
1,020.
And all those seats will be together, and then the extra seat at that table will be for Mrs. Cash. So that's how you fill the table of 12, but the board only needs to purchase 11 tickets.
Gotcha.
1,020.
But she sells the table.
1320.
1320.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 1,200.
Okay. It still works out the same.
Darren, you take care of it.
It'll
You know how
still
to
be, it can
process
still be a
this.
table because
Oh, yeah.
Dr.
Yeah.
Cash will bring his wife.
Right.
But no, y'all said 1 minute.
Is there enough time to even get a table? Because it's Saturday, right?
It's enough time.
You're not gonna turn anybody away.
Okay.
No,
well,
but
good.
you're gonna go reserve it tomorrow for us, right?
Absolutely.
Knowing
Then
that
you
the
guys will be
payment's
able to
coming
invoice
in
us,
at least
correct?
2.5 years.
Yes.
You'll be able to invoice us.
Yes.
And then we'll do a PO, we'll get it taken care of.
Wow, this took 25 minutes.
That's how one was gonna do.
Okay, can we move this forward? Can we get a vote?
We're getting the table, right? 11
Dr.
tickets, yes.
Do we need a second? Do we need a vote? Dr. Evans Brown?
Can I vote?
No, she
No,
cannot.
I don't think you can.
She cannot.
I'm gonna suggest that. So recuse yourself.
Recuse myself.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Ms. Jenny?
Yes.
Ms. McCosy?
Yes.
Mr. Petrucci? Yes. Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
And President Owen Cotton?
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
So should we find out now how many people bring their spouse?
Don't you need a motion to adjourn?
Together.
Right.
I motion to adjourn. Larry Scott, second.
Hear that? Jennifer motion, Larry second.
All in favor?
Motion to adjourn needs
Jen motion, I second.
Can I just transfer this tomorrow morning?
You taking it?